Hello, everyone. I'm officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Today, I am going to be reading Wolves of the Kala by Stephen King, which is the fifth Dark Tower novel, technically the sixth one that Kat and I are reading, and I'm on page 428. So hoping to make some good progress in this and actually be getting to some of the parts that I'm a little bit more interested in. And I will also be reading The Mercies. I am officially in the last 100 pages of The Mercies. So I might end up spending more time reading this tonight because I would like to finish this book this weekend, but we shall see, because I did spend a little bit of time on my breaks for work today reading this, and I want to go and read Wolves of the Kala some as well. So that's probably what I'll start with. I'll probably start tonight with Wolves of the Kala. As always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl under a blanket, or put a fan on you. It has been so hot here. It's a real feel of 101. Barker has been losing his mind. My neighbors, I am supposed to be able to walk their dogs while they're on vacation, and I haven't been able to walk them at all this week because the temperatures are very dangerous for just any dog in general, but especially for their 15-year-old pup. I'm not taking her out in this. So it's just been brutal. And then we have some storms that are moving in. So it was not a good week to attempt to be outside. Because of that, I am going to just be drinking some water in my little Yeti thermos that I have. So nothing particularly fancy. Keaton and I had some leftover pizza. He ended up going over to the Papa John's and getting us some pizza last night. I'm not really a big pizza person. I used to love Papa John's. I actually didn't end up thinking it was that great. So it means it's probably going to be a long time until I get pizza again. It's just the way that it goes for me. But hopefully you have had a good week and are feeling like you want to do something productive or refreshing or just something overall positive tonight. That is what I hope for all of you. So I'm going to go ahead and go on over and see who is here. And first up, we got Kat. Hey, Kat. Kat says, "Hey, Alex, happy Friday to everyone. I'll be doing some housework, waiting for Barry to get home with our dinner, Chinese food. I love Chinese, so that sounds great." And Swank says, "Konnichiwa, everybody. Happy World Emoji Day. Happy Tattoo Day. Happy Peach Ice Cream Day." I like the tattoo day. That's really fun. Said, "Howdy to Kat." And Rob is here. Hi, Rob. Rob says, "Hello." You said, "Grab drink, grab snack. I'm reading Nothing But Blackened Teeth by Cassandra Naw. Is it, or Haw? It has a 2.63 on Goodreads." Yeah, that was a book that Kat sent me. I've had that on my wall for a while. I need to get to that at some point. I'm curious to see what you end up thinking of it, Rob. Kat says, "Hey, Rob," and Swank. And Swing says, "I'm reading 3 bags full, been taking my time and enjoying it. Talking animals, that's my fave. Anthropomorphic animals are super fun." Rob says, "Hello, Sir Francis." You put it in I guess, what kind of font is that? I guess it's not scary, but for whatever reason, far away, it looks kind of evil, but up close, it's just cute. I don't know why. And Kirsten says, "Hi, friends. I'm sitting out at the end of a pier on the Hudson River looking at the Empire State Building with my book and my ice cream, or my iced coffee. Summer is the best." Well, good for you. I'm happy for you. That's lovely. Happy that you could be here too. And Kat says, "I've been reading Wolves of the Kala by Stephen King. I'm currently on part 2, chapter 4 to 6. Awesome. I knew that you were going to start catching up to me, Kat. I need to make some progress." And Kirsten says, "Book is Summer's Never Over by Darby Bozeman." Cool. And Angel's here. Hey, Angel. Angel says, "Hi, Alex. Hi, Kat. Hello, everybody. We made it to Friday." We sure did. And Kat says, "On page 309 to finish by the end of July. I need to get to page 354 by Sunday. I'm doing pretty well." Yes, you are. You're doing excellent. And Swank says, "Kirsten, that sounds amazing. I was a theater major. You painted a beautiful picture." Yes, I agree. Kirsten says, "Alex, I like your cute plaid mustard color tank." Thank you. It is actually not a tank. It's a dress. Hang on. I will stand up for full effect. Move the chair out of the way. Keaton said from the other room, it's a cute dress. I have a little like band that goes around the waist that ties, but it's very uncomfortable to sit up against it because it's just a knot in your back. So when I'm just at home hanging out, I don't typically wear the ribbon. But thank you. Angel says, Andrew and I are reading Project Hail Mary, page 186 of 476. Good for you. I hope to be able to get to that this year. Rob says, yesterday's air quality because of the wildfires, a rating of 50 is okay, 150 is bad. It was 260. Yeah, I saw a video yesterday of the air quality, or no, I guess it was from today because it was from July 17th in Chicago that the air quality was like the highest possible. I think it was like 500 or something. It was really, really bad in Chicago. And Angela's here. Hey, Angela. Angela says, hey, all, I'm reading Ask for Andrea by Noel W. Illinois. A thriller. Poured a glass of iced tea to take to the porch. Too smoky. Totally forgot. Dang it. I'm so sorry. Heidi says, hello. I finished 2 rereads this week, Hyperion and Black Tongue. The latter was much more crude than I remember, but both also better than I remember. I should reread much more than I do. Well, good for you. I'm glad that you still really enjoyed them. And Swank says, hello to Rob. And Heather's here. Hi, Heather. Saying hello. And Jamie says, hello, Alex and friends. Hey, Jamie. Happy Friday. Kirsten says, we had the 100-degree temps plus dangerous wildfire smoke air, and in the middle of it all, my AC broke. Oh, no. That's always when it's going to happen, isn't it? Unbelievable, but it got fixed this morning and life is back to good. Well, I'm happy to hear that because that's dangerous for your AC to go out. And Eleanor's here. Hi, Eleanor. Eleanor says, hello, Alex and chat. I'll be reading The Drive in this afternoon. It is the comic version of the book by Joe Lansdale. I need a break from Lonesome Dove and all the death, although it is an epic story. Totally understandable. And Heather says, reading LeVar Burton's memoirs, take my word for it. New arc releasing in November. He's a childhood superhero. I love LeVar Burton. I didn't know that he has a memoir coming out, so I might have to read that. That's wonderful. Kat says, hey, Angel. Rob says, Alex is so cute. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. And Jamie says, Swank, I hope you love 3 Bags Full. I really enjoyed it. Good. Kirsten says, oh, thank you, Swank. Jamie says, super cute dress. Looks nice and cool for summer, too. Thankfully, it is. It is a cotton dress. So it's, not... I think it's very breathable and it doesn't stick to me like that kind of like more spandexy material that is popular in a lot of dresses. There's like no stretch or anything to it. So it just lays nicely. Kirsten says, I love that dress. Thank you. It was inexpensive. I did not spend much on it. It was like $30. And Chris says, hello, Alex. Good to see you for another Friday. Hello to Kat and all the regulars. And hello to you too, Chris. And Kat says, your dress is precious, Alex. Vintage look. Thank you. I have 3 different dresses that are all the same cut and the same style. So they're plaid, but they're in different colors. And I love them all. So I have one that is a red plaid, one that's a blue-green plaid, and then this one. And Kat says, hey to Chris. And Angela says, worst day ever for air quality here since we began to record it. I believe it. Zach says, hello, I'm reading The Sea Height That's Dead by Megan Bontrager. It's a sci-fi horror that came out on Tuesday. Ooh, interested to hear how that is. Hope it's wonderful. 2 of my favorite things smashed together, sci-fi and horror. Well, it's wonderful to see you all. Don't sit outside and breathe bad air if you can be inside with better air. I don't want you all to get sick. Keaton is extremely, extremely allergic to smoke. I'm sure you all remember when we ended up going to Crater Lake. That was actually the worst part about being at Crater Lake was he got horrifically ill. So I just don't want that to happen to any of you. And Angela says, I love all things plaid. You wear it well, Alex. Thank you. I also love plaid. I think that's one of the reasons why so much of my attire in the winter is plaid. It's just like, it's one of my favorite patterns. Kirsten says, and just like that, Alex is a fashion influencer. I think you must be saying that because I just got my hair reshaved. So I'm all clean and fresh today. I just got a haircut last night. I always feel really good to get my hair cut. It's like she went with a razor into my hair and made it to where it's got like all this volume now. Keaton was teasing me though, at the very like right before I came on to my stream because he said I have a flat spot in the back, and I don't know if it's just that I forgot to. It's probably that I missed putting product there because I can't see it. But I was like, look, nobody's gonna notice because they're only gonna see the sides of my face and the front. So if I have like a flat, weird, bald spot in the back with like a where my cowlick is, nobody's the wiser. So I can hide that. And Swank says, Jamie, I know what you mean by the move, but by the movie is different. I broke down and watched the movie before I started the book. I'm at page 201, about 140 left. I just love talking animals. If only it were true. Yeah, if animals started talking, the world would be a very different place. That is for sure. Well, thank you all so much for coming. It's wonderful to see you as always. And so I will be coming up, or I already came up with some questions for you. I'll also be giving you your first question. And because you all were talking about making tea or coffee, I guess I'll just ask this one first, which is, are you someone who drinks coffee at all hours of the day, or do you prefer it only in the morning? And for my tea drinkers, what about you? So there you go. I am going to dive into Wolves of the Kala and going to wish you all very happy reading. And I will see you in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 461 in Wolves of the Kala, so I definitely think I'll get to page 500 tonight, which will be awesome. Making progress. And before we left, I asked you all the question, are you someone who drinks coffee at all hours of the day, or do you prefer it only in the morning? And for my tea drinkers, what about you? And Swank says, be careful of dogs, they'll narc on you. It must be what you're learning from your book. Kirsten says, there are more days than not that I drink coffee right up until bedtime. I know it's terrible. No, because that's what Keaton does. Keaton will drink coffee morning, noon, and night. Doesn't bother him at all. I can't do that, though. Jamie says, yeah, I feel like we won't have to know what all... I feel like we wouldn't want to know what all animals thought of us. Well, the good news is I don't think animals would be nearly as cruel as people, personally, and I feel like a lot of the cruelty in the world towards them would end if they did have the ability to speak their feelings, but maybe that's just me. Angela says, coffee in the morning only, iced tea in the evenings with dinner. That's the routine for all year long, water in between. I like that. That's nice. I definitely am someone that other than the rare circumstances when you all have seen me be really, really tired, and I know Keaton's already going to make evening coffee, and I've had a mug here, which has probably happened on the number of times on one hand in all the sprints that I've ever done where I've had evening coffee. Most of the time it's only in the morning if I even have coffee, because I usually prefer tea. I find a lot of coffee to be super bitter, and definitely not all coffee is created equal, or like the way that people prepare it is really important. I feel like tea is easier not to mess up, which funny enough is one of the reasons why the British actually moved away from drinking coffee, because coffee used to be one of the national drinks, and then it was just too much, because people used to have to roast their own beans, and they used to have to grind it, and the British were like, it would just burn all the time, and so they started getting imports of tea leaves from like China, for example. And they realized how easy it was, because all you had to do was add the leaves to hot water and you had a delicious drink. And then all of a sudden that became the drink of the UK, which I thought was pretty fun. Heather says, I have caffeine only as a weekend treat or to use as a tool if I'm going to have to socialize late, like a party or entertaining, visiting a friend. I'm a very cautious caffeine consumer. Well, that's good. I don't get along really well with caffeine. Caffeine makes me really anxious if I have more than even just like a small amount of it. So unless I know that I'm about to burn off the energy, because that's the one thing is like if caffeine hits me and I'm going to be like working out or exercising, it doesn't bother me so much. But if I'm going to be sitting down, it's awful. So it really depends. Anne says, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Anne. I forgot it was Friday. I have 10 pages left in View from the East Wing by Joel Biden. I saw her on Tuesday for a book signing. Well, that's cool. Good for you. Jamie says, I'm a tea drinker and more of an iced tea drinker, so I drink it all day long. Rob says, definitely coffee in the morning, maybe even 2 cups and 1 in the afternoon. Just downing that coffee. And Anne says, just finished View from the East Wing, 5 stars. Well, good for you. And I'm happy that you got a signed copy. That's fun for your collection. And Kirsten says, on page 11 of Summer's Never Over, I'm doing way more boat watching than reading. We were sitting on a pier. I would be super distracted if I was out on a pier trying to read, so it's only natural. Swank says, I drink 1 big cup of coffee in the morning. Would you have like a mug that's like this big? It's like, the like ridiculous gag gifts that you can get people where it's like almost like a bowl that you could fill with coffee. That's kind of what I imagine when you say a big cup of coffee. Eleanor says, at least 1 cup of coffee in the morning is all I need. Zach says, that was an early dinner and music sprint. Just had leftover spaghetti with melted cheese on top. Wonderful. Me with my leftover pizza and Zach with his leftover spaghetti. Jamie says, put away the grocery order and worked on cleaning the kitchen while listening to The Good House by Tananarive Dew. Made it to 33%. Cool. And Kat says, I drink coffee in the morning and tea in the afternoon. Andrew's here. Hey, Andrew. Andrew says, hello, everyone. Happy Friday. Made it to page 206 in Project Hail Mary. Half a pot in the AM for me. Half a pot. That's quite a bit of coffee. Y'all can drink way more coffee than me. Zach says, I don't drink either consistently, but I do drink about even amounts of coffee and tea. I'm more likely to have tea in the evening, but I lost my caffeine at all hours superpower. Yeah, I kind of wonder because for some people that's just they have that their whole lives. I feel like Keaton's going to be that guy where he will always drink coffee any time of the day. Doesn't matter. It's just a thing that he loves. I think it's a comforting thing for him. And he buys an espresso blend. Like he actually orders it. We can't get it local, but it's Lavazza, and we grind it at home, so it's always fresh. And I personally think it's really strong because it's supposed to be like made in smaller batches, but he just brews regular coffee with the espresso beans. Swank says, I'm a 20-ounce. It's a 20-ounce mug. Yeah, that's a big mug. And Kat says, during that sprint, I ate dinner, shrimp with lobster sauce, fried rice, crab rangoon, and an egg roll. I skipped lunch. Oh, you must have been starving. That also sounds really good, Kat. There's a little Chinese buffet in my hometown, and my memo and I will still go and eat there sometimes. And they have the best meatballs. I love them so much. And Jamie says, haha, I had leftover calzone for lunch right before sprints, but we're all in the Italione, except for Kat, who's had Chinese. Angel says, LOL, I drink the other half of the pot of coffee. I had a feeling. You two. And Zach says, up until I was about 28, I used to be able to drink an energy drink before bed and be fine. Oh, man. And Kirsten says, Anne, I'm glad to hear you like that book. I need to read it for Sharon McMahon's private Governors group. Governors. That's cute. Andrew says, I like Black Rifle Spirit. Black Rifle Spirit of 76. What a name. Nan says, I use coffee mugs with a handle for all my drinks. Right now, I'm a mug of milk in my professional bookworm cup. I also like to use mugs for all types of beverages. I think they're fun. Keaton bought a couple of, they're not like true copper mugs because you can't buy copper mugs in the US for some reason. You can get them in Canada, but you can't get them here. So they're lined on the inside with stainless steel, on the outside is the copper look. But I've really enjoyed those for like having a nice, as I call them, a beverage in the evening. I might make a beverage with soju tonight. I've got lemonade and blackberry syrup, and it goes really well with the soju because the soju is super smooth. So I don't know. I might make one in a little bit, but I definitely am going to try to make more progress here. I think I'm going to go back into Wolves of the Kala for a little bit, and then just to kind of keep my brain fresh, I will go back into the Mercies. I have a feeling that once I really get rolling, the end of the Mercies is probably going to go by fairly quick. So here's to hoping, because I would like to finish that this weekend. So I don't have my normal light shining on me that I normally have. I put it in my guest room and I forgot to get it before I started the sprint. At least on camera I look normal, but it just feels so dark in here. So I that's the one bad thing with this house, is like the way that the windows are all positioned. It just makes it really hard to get good lighting in like any corner where you have furniture where you would be sitting. It's like, ugh, but it is what it is. I will go ahead and give you all your next question, which is going to be, are you a homebody or a restless spirit always on the move? This is one that I have come to understand differently about myself, actually, after I got with Keaton, which I will understand later, or I will explain later. And let's see, Rob says Keaton might like napalm coffee, extra dark roast whole bean coffee. He's super picky, Rob, and he hates like Death Wish coffee. So if it's anything like Death Wish coffee, he would despise it. And Zach says, my favorite mugs are Suisse. I have a multicolored set of 15-ounce mugs and a 20-ounce mug with tea infuser and a lid. That's fun. There were these little cups I saw a while back, and I've thought about getting one, but I know I don't really need it, where it's used for brewing tea, and it actually tips. So when you're steeping the tea, you tip it to one side, put the tea leaves, and add the water. And then when you want to drain the water out, you tip it to the other side, and it's almost kind of looks like a little boat or like a little bathtub. And then you don't have to worry about like trying to strain the leaves out, or wasting one of those little like bags that you can put the tea leaves into or strain out of. And it's supposed to be easier to clean too, and it's really cute to just be able to like tip your tea the other way and be able to drink it and it be like nice and clean. I don't know. It looked really fun. I can't remember what they're called now because I saw them years ago, but I thought about getting one and I'm like, I don't really need that, but it's cute. And Anne says, Kirsten, it was very interesting. Though living in Delaware, I was aware of most of the story. Joe Biden book is being released on November 17th. Okay, there you go. Cool. And I see that we've got already an answer rolling in for this question. So I will put another 45 minutes up on the clock. And I wish you all very happy reading. And I will see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 480 in Wolves of the Kala, and then I swapped over to the Mercies, and I made it to page 249. So it's been going really well tonight. And before we left, I asked you all the question: are you a homebody or a restless spirit, always on the move? And Swing says, a homebody. I have to prepare to go out. Okay, that's fair. Zach says, you could give Stone Street Coffee a whirl. I think a picky drinker would like it. Okay, I'll see if Keaton's tried that. He's tried a lot of different coffees. It's possible he's heard of that one. Heather says, I'm a good balance of both. I'm well traveled and I like to adventure, but it's between I let my home swallow me. I think that's a really good way to put it. Kirsten says, I'm a total homebody, although I do absolutely love a really fun outing or adventure, and then I need to go back home to recover and recharge. Yeah, I think that's definitely the sign of an introvert, for sure. Jamie says, I have evolved into a homebody. I used to go to a lot more events, although never was a fan of crowds. Since COVID, I just prefer to be home with my cats. Books and crafts, movies are the exception. And Anne says, now I'm going to read An Inconvenient Widow, The Torment, Trial, and Triumph of Mary Todd Lincoln by Louis Romano. Have heard interesting things about this book. Oh, okay. Well, that sounds really fascinating. Rob says, homebody, I go food shopping or travel to an event, then come home, walk 4 miles in the morning, and that's it for the day. I'm rarely out past 4 p.m. All this talk of coffee, so I made a cup. That's so funny. And Angela says, my picture is right next to the word homebody in Webster's dictionary. Jamie says, finished tidying the kitchen and started folding laundry, made it to 37% in The Good House. Great job. Yeah, so for me, all my childhood when I was growing up, my mom would tell you that I was a homebody because I would just sit in front of the TV and I would do an activity or I would play games or go through my Pokemon cards, whatever. And what's funny is I ended up picking a college that was in a different state. I wanted to go away from home. When I had got my driver's license, I started going all around, or I would go to friends' houses and I would, stay the night, or I would spend the afternoons with them after school, or I would go to the library and I would do all these things. And I just knew that like my mom referred to me as a homebody. So I just assumed that that was true because I was somebody who was very comfortable at home. But it wasn't until I met Keaton that I saw like he is a true homebody, like truly a man who could be at home all day long, other than like if you need to go out to like run an errand or something. I am not that person. I am somebody that like I have to leave the house. I actually kind of like my routine of going into the office. I have one day a week where I work from home, but the rest of the time I'm in the office. I like, interacting with people and going out and doing things like, going to trivia or I don't know, going roller skating, just kind of whatever, going hiking. And then I come home and I, kind of recharge after that, which is how I also know that I'm kind of an extroverted introvert, if you were, because I love talking to people, but after I've talked to people for a while, I get very exhausted and then I kind of want to go be by myself. So it's weird because I would no longer describe myself as a homebody. I know that if I'm at home for too long, I get really restless and I get stressed out and I hate it. So I mean, I had some like my last staycation that I did. By the time I got to the end, I was like, okay, like I can go back to work now. But if I have a vacation where I travel somewhere, it's the complete opposite. Like I'm out and about, I'm having a great time, and then by the end, I'm like, okay, now I can go home. Zach says, what chapter of the Mercies are you on? I am on chapter 29. And Stina says, hello, just had a nap instead of touring downtown Vandalia with the rest of the family. Well, you must have really needed that nap. Also, good to see you, Stina. Hope you were enjoying your travels. And you said, my body is a homebody. I wish I could travel more. That is fair. And Andrew says, homebody for me, I got Angel, my gym, woodwork tools, and video games. That's sweet that you put Angel first. You've got her. I love that. I just got to go out for food, booze, and cigars. Oh, just go out to get those things. That's awesome. And Kat says, I threw my sofa cover from the washer into the dryer, moved on to some dusting. Well, you're being productive, Kat. You are being productive, even if it's not the stuff you necessarily want to do. I'm proud of you for doing it. Good job. Well done. All right. Well, thank you very much for your comments. I will go ahead and get our next thing. So I actually decided that I think, at least for a little while, I'm going to do the whole self-care sprint. Let me know what it is that you're going to do to treat yourself. Treat yourself. Because I have another face mask. I told you guys that I got like all these different masks and stuff from a friend who went to Japan. So they're all in Japanese, but I'm like, I'm going to put on another mask. So you guys are going to get to see that. And does it say how long I need to leave this one on? Okay, I see a 10 to 20, so I'm going to assume that means 10 to 20 minutes because I can't read any of the rest of it. And this is oh God, getting the goo from the pouch everywhere on my computer. That's not good. This is a lotus root sheet mask. I have absolutely no idea what the heck this is supposed to do for me, but as long as it smells okay, I guess. It smells clean. It's very clean. All right, so I gotta get the gooey part out. There we go. Do the delicate unfolding. See if I can do. I actually did pretty well last time, getting it aligned with my mouth and nose on the first go, but my bangs are perfectly in the way now. Oh God. Oh, this is gonna be brutal. Okay, hold on. But what if I go down and I come up and that's when it's on? That's what I'm gonna do. All right, I'm gonna disappear for a second. Hold on. There we go. Ah. Okay. Where's the nose piece at? Is it underneath? This is what you all come to my streams for, right? Is to watch me struggle and turn into an abomination. I know that's what I'm here for. What is life without a little whimsy and a little joy? Ugh. And a little mess. There we go. If I can just breathe and see my eye hole. My eye hole. Okay, this one does not fit my face nearly as well, and it doesn't help that I'm also doing this backwards on the camera. I should be going based off of how it feels on my face, not how I look in the camera. That's my first mistake. Yeah, it's gonna have to do. I can talk, I can breathe, and I can see. It's gonna have to do. Okay. There we go. Juicy and ready to party. That's all I can ask for. All right. I'm going to wish you all very happy reading. 45 minutes up on the clock. You'll see me peel this off after probably about 15 minutes. I'll see you all in a little bit. I'm trying not to eat this. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. I don't look nearly as horrifying anymore. Took my mask off. I got to page 281 of the Mercies, so I'm about 58 pages from the end. So making really good progress tonight. And before we left, I, of course, had put on my face mask for a self-care sprint, and I was like, just let me know what you're doing to treat yourself. And Kat says, I think I have a bit of both only because I enjoy going out and doing stuff, but I like to be home for an equal amount of time to recharge. Talking about being a homebody or somebody who's restless. So that's fair. It kind of sounds like me. And Anne says, before COVID, I thought that I had to be out every day after work. Now reflecting on it, I was not happy being with me. Now I'm happy being home. That's awesome. Yeah, because I mean, you're married and you have your daughter, and life is good, and that's wonderful. Makes you happy being home. And Stina says, I finished listening to The Thousand Crimes of Ming Su during my nap. No, I do not care enough to go back and listen to what I missed. Angela said, I'm dying. We're masking again. Yes. You said you need an edible pickle mask. Alex, I cannot imagine that would be good for my skin, but it would taste delicious. And Kirsten says, oh, geez, I got even more distracted when I was trying to ignore the boats and read, and then a reality show filming came along. LOL, it's always something. That's really interesting. Could you tell what show it was? Stina says, heading to the genealogy segment of the reunion. Hope y'all have a great week. I hope you have a wonderful week as well, and that's pretty cool. I hope the genealogy stuff is cool. And Kirsten says, back home now, making something to eat and waiting for my reality show watching friend to tell me who these people are. There we go. Do relay to us when you find out. Zach says, I'm literally shopping for high-end sheet masks right now. Have you tried SK2 or Dr. Dennis Gross or the new, trendy glass sheet masks that go transparent after you put them on? Not for me. I don't know if I've tried any of those. The SK2s sound like familiar. The other stuff, no. And Kirsten says, to treat myself, I'm having a little Friday night margarita. Ooh. And Chris says, I have a piece of date nut cake once a week. It's the only non-healthy thing I eat during the week, but I need that treat. Yes, absolutely. And Swank says, thanks for sprints. My third one today. I'm pooped. See y'all next week. I'm sure Swank's long gone, but it was good to see you, Swank. Heather says, steeping ginger and lemon in a big pot to enjoy for the next couple days. Woohoo! Angela says, just had a fish dinner with hush puppies, coleslaw, and mac and cheese from our local fish place, and I'm very full. The cheesecake will have to wait until another time. I love fish so much. Do you know what kind of fish it was? Is it like catfish, like some sort of like whitefish? Andrew says, tonight I'm treating myself to Domino's Pizza, some Angry Orchard, and a Romeo e. Julieta Reserve cigar. Cool. I don't know anything about cigars, but I hope you have a lovely time. Jamie says, I finished folding and putting the laundry away. I treated myself with a bomb pop while relaxing in the AC. Yeah. Angela said, cod. Cool. I think that sounds delicious, and now I really want a fish dinner. I want some catfish, like real bad, or some fish and chips with some tartar sauce. Tartar sauce is one of my favorite sauces in existence. Like, I just love it. I guess I like things that are kind of vinegary. If it's vinegary or pickly, as long as it's not sweet pickle, I like it. No bread and butter pickles either. Well, cool. We're down to the last two sprints of the night. I can't believe it. I feel like it's just gone by so fast. But I guess that's good because I feel so much like I've been locked in tonight. Like, it's been awesome to feel that way, and it makes me really happy. Because I don't often get like the really good concentration, but I did work out today on my lunch break for work, and just, I don't know, like I feel good with my haircut, and like inside the house the temperature's been good, and it's been sad that I can't like go outside and stuff because I've been wanting to go outside, but I've been making do with keeping myself busy indoors. So yeah, it's been good so far today, and I'm happy about that. I've been in kind of a funk For the last week, I had, like, a really off day yesterday. I mean, it was just a bad day that I was having, and so by comparison, today, I'm feeling much better. So, anyway, enough about that. I am going to ask us, or ask you all, one of the questions that I ask every week, which is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? The key is that it just needs to be interesting to you. Doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. I like learning new things even if I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. So, name something. Angela says tartar sauce is a must with fish. Yes, specifically fried fish. If it's grilled fish, I don't want tartar sauce, but if it's fried fish, I need to have it. Absolutely. It's been a long time since I've had hush puppies too, Angela. It's like, man, all I can think of is Long John Silver's. I used to eat Long John Silver's a lot when I was younger. I haven't had it in years though. All right, I got another 45 minutes up on the clock. You all have your question, and I'm going to wish you a very happy reading. I'm hoping that I can make, if I can actually not just finish this weekend, if I can finish the Mercies tonight, I will feel so accomplished. Like that would be amazing. So we shall see. I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 303 in the Mercies. So I've just got a little bit over 30 pages left to read. I don't think I'm going to finish it in the time of sprints with you all on camera, but I might end up reading more after sprints to be able to finish it. So, because I feel like it's a manageable number of pages. I should be able to finish the book. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? And I will start. I learned that Gatorade, because I'm actually drinking a Gatorade, was originally created in 1965 from the University of Florida, and it was created because they wanted to keep their student athletes, who are known as the Gators, hydrated. And so it was aid for the Gators, Gatorade. And I really liked that. And for some reason, I just thought that was really funny. So that's my fun fact. And Angela says, same Alex, talking about tartar sauce. And Heather says, I learned that if you don't use Nivea body wash for a while, it can go solid in the bottle. Not that fascinating. I realized my loon fact last week was better. And by the way, Heather, I did end up looking up the video after sprints, and it was hilarious, and I love it. It made me love loons even more. Their little super far back feet. Kat says, well, missed the chatty bit. I finished dusting, then vacuumed, going to take a shower, and then Barry and I are going to watch something. Well, good job, Kat. You've done a good amount of chores, so it's less to do this weekend. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Have a terrific weekend, friends. Oh, Kat's gone. Rob says, retirees in Japan shoplift on purpose, which is up to a 10-year jail sentence. They are now fed, cared for, and never alone. Plus, they keep their pension. That is so sad, though. I mean, I know in the US, I mean, we have a lot of poor people who they either join the military or they go to jail for that very reason. And Jamie says, today I learned about the Beelzebufo or devil toad that lived approximately 70 million years ago, had a thick bone-covered head and bite strength greater than a crocodile, ate lizards, insects, and small dinos. I wonder how they're able to tell what bite strength it had. You know, like how do they determine that from a fossil? But I think that fact is very fun. Thank you. And Kirsten says, I learned that one of the culprits of the 30-day explosive diarrhea is the Taylor Farms shredded lettuce purchased by Taco Bell, allegedly. Yeah, I know Taco Bell, they stopped serving, wasn't it lettuce, tomato, and guacamole, I think. I have eaten lettuce since all of this has started, and I was joking with all my friends who ate lettuce with me because we had it on a sandwich, and I was like, well, you know, it was nice knowing you. I don't know how widespread it is at this point across the country because it seems like everybody's talking about it, but I don't actually know where it's localized to or if is it everywhere now? And Zach says, this week I learned about a fairly obscure Greek goddess named Electrona, as she was worshipped exclusively on the island of Rhodes, as far as we know, daughter of Helios and the sea nymph Rhodos. Huh. He said the Christians built a church on top of her temple, which was set into a cliff, which ironically preserved it. They found an interesting tablet of strict purification rituals. Are you liking the Mercies? Obviously, you're in the dark bit. Yes, I am in the dark bit. I am enjoying it. It does remind me a lot of burial rites, like a lot of burial rites, which I guess shouldn't be surprising because they're set geographically and time-wise in very similar places. Of course, burial rites wasn't about a witch trial. It was about a murder trial, but still, I am very sad at the part that I'm in right now. I can't say that I'm really surprised, but I'm withholding any sort of judgment about the end until I actually get there. But it's approaching fast, you know, like 35 pages or whatever it was that I said, like it's coming up fast. I don't have a feeling it's going to be a happy ending. I'll put it that way. But neither was burial rites. And Jamie says, I read book 6, The Odyssey, and then switched back to The Good House, made it to 40%. Good job. Andrew says, Taco Bell had the side effect before this outbreak. That was the joke I made with some friends of mine, too. Yeah, but I don't know. I am very fortunate I don't suffer when I eat Taco Bell. Thank goodness. Angela says, Taylor Farms supply a lot of restaurants, not just Taco Bell, mostly Midwest. Oh. Hmm. And Andrew says, also, Alex, if you like to make your own fried catfish, marinate it in hot sauce before you bread it. It tastes amazing that way. Do you have a specific hot sauce that you recommend? And Zach says, play determined by divorce by muscular attachment points to the bone. Take an estimate. Wait. Hang on. Play determined by divorce by muscular attachment points to the bone. Take an estimate, leverage, and force. Zach, I think, were you talking to text? I'm not sure. It's a little jumbled. And Ann says, I heard it was in 36 states. Okay, so definitely not just the Midwest. I was going to say, I thought it was way more widespread than that. And Jamie says, that's good to know, Kirsten. I usually buy Taylor Farm salad kits. Guess I'll hold off on those for a while. And Andrew says, I just use Frank's red hot sauce. Oh, okay. I mean, I do love Frank's. I make their buffalo chicken dip. Not a lot, but I usually make it like once or twice a year, which reminds me I need to make it again. Zach says, I'm pretty sure I read Burial Rights first two. They're both good, but I preferred the Mercies. That is very fair. Very, very fair. So if I can, I don't think because I'm a slow reader. I definitely don't think I'm going to be able to finish this in 30 minutes, but that's okay. Angela says, some physicians here advised us to avoid fresh fruits and vegetables until they could isolate the culprit. The physician said he never dreamed he would ever be telling people that. Yeah, that's the same thing that I've heard too. But my question is, I mean, most fruits and veggies that you get, aren't you washing them? Like I got peaches from a peach truck and I like rinsed them and I wiped them off and stuff. And I'm like, I mean, or if you're gonna, I don't know. I'm trying to think how that even works. Because the only raw veggies that you would eat that you wouldn't wash would be veggies that are pre-washed, right? Like little baby carrots and stuff. I guess I don't understand. Lettuce makes sense because I don't think people very thoroughly wash lettuce. And Zach says, sorry, voice typing. They determined bite force by looking at the muscular attachment points on the fossils and the leverage to estimate a bite force. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you, Zach. Thank you for the clarification. Cool. Well, everyone, I will get us set up for our last sprint of the night here, which will be 30 minutes. And I will also ask the question I ask every week, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, could be small, could be something that happened 5 minutes ago or something that happened right after sprints last week. Maybe you had a late night epiphany about something. I don't know. The key here is just that you think about something that you've done well, because there has been something. You need to be proud of yourself. Angela says, Michigan has the highest concentration of any place, over 5,000. Good Lord. That is a lot. Anne says, I was eating fresh blueberries and my wife got upset. Aw. But did you wash them? Also, I know there was a thing that was it was very popular for a while of people washing their fresh fruit in like a mixture of, I think it was like apple cider vinegar and baking soda in water together to like, I don't know. I think it helps keep the fruit fresher. And I'm thinking like apple cider vinegar, that would definitely kill something. I would assume it would kill parasites. I don't know. I guess they haven't had enough time to study what can kill it. JB says, I still rinse pre-washed things like baby carrots. That's what I'm saying is like how I don't understand the circumstances in which you would get sick if you were preparing it in your own home and you knew that you washed the veggies. Now, if you went to a restaurant and and like gave you a salad and you don't know how somebody prepared that, I could completely understand you getting sick from that. Because in my experience, the bulk of the times I've ever had food poisoning, I think it was always from a restaurant. Like I have never given myself food poisoning from food that I've made. And Kirsten says they say that the diarrhea parasite doesn't wash off. Oh. Okay, well I guess I need to look into it more. See, don't I that's why I'm asking because I genuinely don't know. I just find this very confusing. Andrew says we soak ours in regular vinegar and water, then rinse them off. So I maybe that works. No idea. I guess we'll all find out. Hopefully, next week I'll be alive and not reporting that I've gotten very, very ill. That's my hope. All right, everyone, you have your question. I'm going to dive back into the mercies, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I only have 19 pages left of the Mercies. I made it to chapter 37, and my favorite character just died. And Keaton laughed at me from the other room. I'm very sad. I'm very sad. It's don't womp me. Oh man, this book it went from it was never lighthearted ever. It dark throughout because of the themes, but it's gotten to the point now where it's only sad. But I understand why it is that way, and I can respect it because everything that ever happened with the witch trials is horrible. And so as a woman reading it, I can very clearly envision myself being in that position and wondering like what side would I have been on, like would I have been one of the people who was accused, or would I have been one of the people who was kept safe? I don't think I would have been an accuser, to be very clear, but I mean you kind of wonder like would somebody have pointed a finger at me, and like falsehoods and stuff. And I find that kind of speculation very terrifying, and very happy that I don't live in that era. But anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question: what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Let's see here. Anne says I washed them first, but she didn't see that. Oh, talking about your blueberries. And Angela says washing doesn't kill the parasite, which is just too bad. So that sucks. And Zach says, as far as I know, the rocket shits is because of deregulation in the food industry. That wouldn't surprise me. Anne says, if you soaked. Kirsten says, I'm proud of myself for taking great notes when my AC was installed with dates, contact info, etc., so that when it went out this week, I was able to get it repaired quickly and easily. Great job! That is an accomplishment. Anne says, if you soaked a food in vinegar, isn't it going to taste like vinegar? I don't know, so I'm asking. Like if you're doing it for fruit, I've done it myself, and I will tell you it does not make them taste like vinegar. I ended up doing it with strawberries, but the key here is that it's not only vinegar. You're putting vinegar in water, right? Like so you're like diluting it some, but it does like it did help. It seemed to me to keep the fruits fresher in the fridge for longer. Like the vibrancy of the colors and everything was better. I don't know. You can look into it if you're curious to try it. Gerson says, Zach, I believe I read that Taylor Farms is a huge donor to our current administration. Of course. Joy. And Ann says, that's what I read as well, Zach. And Jamie says, really? Guess I'm completely done with buying Taylor Farms. Yeah, I didn't know that at all. And Zach says, it doesn't show up till Sunday, so I don't know how wise my purchase was for environmental reasons. I rolled the dice and bought a refurbished laptop. I don't need it for basic. I only need it for basic tasks, so hope it's fine. My friend Dylan ended up doing that with a Chromebook back when we were in college, or he also did that with a phone. I will say that the Chromebook ended up being an okay purchase for him. The phone had some problems, but he still used it for a long time. So hopefully, fingers crossed for you, there's no problems with the computer. You can get some really good deals that way. Jamie says, I think last week I mentioned that I was almost done with a cross-stitch project I started 30 years ago. Yes, you did mention that. I finished it this week. Congratulations. I'll get it framed and sent to my brother for his birthday in September. That is so lovely, Jamie. Very proud of you. My thing that I'm proud of is, and this is just a really nerdy thing, but there's a game that I play where they were having an art competition. And so I decided that I wanted to enter it, and I submitted my entry, which it's due by the 21st. And they're picking, so you can send in photos of like physical things that you create. So like if you made an outfit or you made a prop or something like that. So they have people who have like physical items that they made that they get a certain number of winners, which was like 10 to 15. And then they're choosing, they said between like 20 and 30 digital winners. So like people like me who like did a drawing or something. So I'm curious to see if I win. I will let you all know. I worked really hard on it, and it made me happy to submit something. And Heather says, I cleared some long-standing items off the to-do list. Wonderful. Great job. Jamie says, and Alex, I finished 1984 earlier this week. Look at you, planning to add Where the Axe is Buried to my August TBR. Well, Jamie, I hope you end up liking it. I don't know that you've gotten to the Vanished Birds yet because I hadn't heard you talk about it. I'm hoping that the reason you haven't talked about it is because you hated it and you didn't want to tell me. I'm hoping that you just haven't gotten to it yet. And Rob says, Alex, I'm proud of writing a short and sweet review of Nothing But Blackened Teeth on Goodreads in case you were thinking of reading this book. Okay, we should go and check out what you wrote, Rob. I'm curious because I have not used Goodreads I haven't used it at all this year. I think I stopped using it last year. I wonder if I even still have it on my phone. If I don't, I have to figure out how to log back in so I could find your review. And Eleanor says, it tackled some garage cleanup last weekend that was much needed and felt great. Wonderful job. And Alicia's here. Hey, Alicia. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Happy Friday. Just joining. Finished up with my family dinner and father-in-law's birthday. Played some Mario Kart and finishing up Fairy's Diamond Art. Well, wonderful. I'm just happy that you popped in so that you could say hi. And Anne says, volunteered to co-chair a committee for a program for seniors for the 30th anniversary of our church. Well, that is lovely, Anne. That's very nice of you. Rob says, thank you for Sprint. Enjoy the weekend. You too, Rob. Yeah, don't get the shits. I like your little Taco Bell explosive shit emoji. That's very funny. And Zach says, I read a little bit of The Sea Hides Its Dead. I'm finding it hard to read because the main character is a graduate student having an affair with her professor. Oh, lovely. And Andrew says, although it hasn't happened yet, I'm proud I'm going to finish Project Hail Mary this weekend and watch the movie. It'll be the first book I read and then watched the movie. Great job. You and Angel doing good work. Jamie says, changed the sheets and made the bed, made it to 42% in The Good House. Cool. Zach says, yes, I made up the phrase getting punched in the face by my own heart for the mercies. Yeah. Yeah. Andrew says, with fruit, no, but I only add a splash of, talking about the apple cider vinegar. He uses regular vinegar. That's right. Zach says, I did my self-care thing last sprint and had one of my dead Lindsey Graham celebratory cupcakes. Oh, still waiting to hear about Mitch McConnell. We all are. And Zach says, yeah, my brand new phone isn't all that great. I wouldn't roll the dice on one of those. Yeah, refurbished phone. Angela says, thanks so much for sprints. I read 86 pages tonight. Great job. I solved 6 murders in my new Murdoku puzzle book. Each one gets harder to solve. That's great. I have one of those for Clue that I'm fairly certain I still own, and it's in my little trunk that I have in my my guest room. I should go get that because it is fun. Those are fun to do. Jamie says, I have not gotten to The Vanished Birds yet. That's okay. That just means you didn't hate it and you're hiding that from me. So that's all right. Also, if you end up not liking it, please tell me. And that's the thing with you all. I want you to know, if I ever make a recommendation and you read it and you're like, man, I did not like that, I would rather you tell me that you didn't like it. Okay? Because I would want to be able to do that for you. Angela says, we are having some gorgeous pink, purple, orange sunsets with all the smoke in the atmosphere. You know, Angela, I love you putting a positive spin on it. That's the positive from all the smoke and all the wildfires. At least we have glorious sunsets. Hazy, maybe. Andrew says, thanks for sprints. Have a good night, everyone. You too, Andrew. Thank you. And good luck with the end of your book. I have to make a grocery list, so I'm curious whether I'm sure I'm going to finish this book tonight. I'm going to finish this book, and I need to make a grocery list, and then after that, I'm just chilling out for the rest of the evening. And Angela says, shh, I'm reading 1984 soon. Oh, I don't think Jamie's she's not going to spoil anything, I promise. And Eleanor says, thanks for sprints, and thanks for coming. Alicia says, thank you for sprints. Thanks for attending. And everybody have a wonderful weekend, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.